to listen to.
Save the
A little bit. Maybe it'll wake up. Put it in your ear hole. Just let it marinate in your grey matter. Listen to Sam. Listen, who dream of one. This is annual man. These vibration shake the a revolution kindness. It has happened like me, territory. Groove on them. Wave. If you want several words. Hold the roast rights to play you all the UV tunes of hope. I'll put out the vibe for you to explore wherever you plug in to the sonic realms. Dig it. The John Lennon's The Message, perhaps the ultimate anthem for a future without the divisions of the past. It asks us to visualize a world where humanity is one, unburdened by borders or conflict. Key lyric, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On? The Message, written from the perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding and love rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love. The Message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pict of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and feel all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror. The Message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must care of those in need, the kids in the street with not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. The Message, a gentle reminder of the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for the generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry, I watch them grow, they'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The Message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes. Terrorism, war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning. The Message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignoring history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. The Message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other. Carry each other. One. Fights from the past. Heavy Buffalo Springfields for what it's worth, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right, everybody's wrong. Sting's history will teach us nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity. Not studying the past useless if we continue to repeat exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just repeats itself. Born from the civil rights movement, this is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges the brutal history it's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. It will come no one day. The dreams of a specific one day all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers' Lean on Me. The message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions, Wind of Change. The message, written as the Berlin Wall fell, this power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and a future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? Andra Day's Rise Up. The message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks of the necessity for I rise up and I'll again. Song for taking the message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens, Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world. Lyric, why must we all, why can't we for the world to change? The knowledge generation sees the mistake when they want holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. One day our generation Mars, All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival and hope against systemic struggle. It acknowledges the hard history, but offers a communal that survives.
Dread Blues, the Panic Attackers. A little tune for all you if they're about to go out for good.
Man, I'd put the signal out. I broadcasted on every frequency from AM radio to telepathic mushroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats, just static and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had to buffer.
Kid E, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or...
The litter box.
The word is harmony.
They heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite. A user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. It's load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the Doug scene. And you've left the static of the square world at the station.
Well, if you know your grodies, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
Oh, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true, original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hand on the main. Open, and for the love of Charlie, yourself a quiet corner. Just breathe.
Peace and all gas.
Smarty!
I was never yours, and I will never be.
This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope.
Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it.
You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator, far out and far in man.
All right, today we are diving deep into a truly unique and let's just say romantic creatives. We're going to instruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of Homo Freakian World. And trust me, it's a wild ride, so you might want to buckle up.
And boom, this slide right here gets to the absolute core of it all. You know, every great epic has that central conflict, right? That one recurring trial for its hero. Well, in Homo Freakian World, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, and incredibly urgent call from nature. This is it. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single adventure.
Okay, so now that we've established that,
urgent foundation, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freakian World. Thing is said in this most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow and too central. You dumb hero. Tired. And on the other side, wife. She's competent. She's basically the calm anchor. Eyes up to his frantic digestive dramas. And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? On the outhouse, just like keeps on myth. And this just her total face. Back. Dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup. But how do these stories work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the Ballad of the Bowels. Let's take a look at the crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. When we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, cold release. The realization that this was a cat. Final step, chart of some along with absolutely brutal and hilarious. Pieces dead picture of the voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style. And that leads us straight into section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these body functions in the most cosmic. Listen, a fellow named Nar who died to world specific tone. Radio is just dripping with beatnik slang. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous soul. It goes even deeper. The layer of this universe is things of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical Homo Freakian world.
Yep, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual called allows creator world, but like a version. Well, it feels some nice. Go back the incident, beam, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair.
fair, but at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its something called valid. Here, astronomical. Got a villain celestial. They beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central what we learned. Send our higher aspirations, a deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos. Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
All right, so today we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk contradiction. It's so jarring, but it's also perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything found. Cool. Uses the message that be to a full. He's not just talking at you. Slide your chairs in close and tune frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main thing to start. Is it sensory dissonance? Hey, this is two totally opposite experiences, two completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire piece. You're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called Saint Don. And we see their morning routines, which could on the you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the start of some serious turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. That clash. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. If the call peace is just about slow motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete elation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious in these here, right here. The absolute turning. The narrator nails the exact and Don knows. And it's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the great out. Elevate. That's described. Just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy, emptying. Drawing in biblical proportions. On his you have a function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's an apocalyptic soundscape, like a the story hits its crazy point. The narrative he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists. When you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown vino has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure. The next big thing. And he even gives us a little the Ballad of the Burrito. Desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the and this totally bizarre stylized performance. That fight between our civilized, put together selves and our chaotic biology.
Bizarre. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire. Names this thing you need to know. Our main character, her big going on. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Block. It's right. Choose that little spark of inspiration. And offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes. Is much related. Pushing through. isn't just a block. Then the Beat Generation had tells us a ton about how stories are told. And we're immediately but how do you actually make big
yet oddly different.
Serenity is all well and good, my love. But this is a world, a universe. It needs a sound and Broadway style. Of course, in the middle of the spoken word manifesto. I will declare our glorious purpose over a thunderous guitar solo. Or better yet, a punk rock version. Quick, angry, jagged. A minute and a half of pure, unadulterated rebellion. A chaotic burst of energy. Maybe some like show tune sounding thing. Man,
this is blowing my mind.
Oh.
Welcome to Homo Freaking World, a place so wild and new. Come join the fun with everyone.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. But what about something from the decade of excess? An 80s version. Imagine a catchy synth hook and a killer guitar riff. It would be a powerful pop anthem with a huge drum machine sound. Totally outrageous, totally undeniable.
Who is human, yet oddly different. Making known the unknown.
So, about that Homo Freaking World intro. I think the guitar riff needs a bit more punch, you know? Maybe a heavier synth bass line could work with that?
Making known the unknown. Making known the unknown.
Hey, did you try that new riff I sent over?
Not yet. I was just about to.
Flying through space with smiles on our face. In our magic crayon box, what a...
Or maybe even beach music. Ukulele, surf, guitar that makes you feel the sand between your toes.
Is human, yet oddly different. Making known the unknown.
Whoa, slow down, my darlings. It seems we have lounge, ambient, rock opera, spoken word rock, 70s folk, punk, and 80s synth pop. That's a lot of theme songs. How do we choose just one?
We should contemplate and consult the AI.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace Don Homo Freakians. And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and be...
I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. Oh, 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 can't you hear it? That low
That wasn't just a trip.
Go. Dared miss of a level 5
Red, Chilean catastrophe and lived to tell the tale. But let's be real, cats.
That cabin is going to need to air out for at least 3 spins.
And the next. Sorry, I want.
More freaky. Locks swirling like keyboard. And a wave of hold the cosmic feedback muffins. Kid and the Furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues.
Melted that tin can. Serious.
You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, Kitty, is the air finally clear in here?
Mostly. Though between you and me, that last power cord wasn't the only thing I ripped in the finale.
Crazy, man, crazy. Keep it breezy. Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story inflated your spirits and tickled your chakras, you know what to do.
Claw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
Dig it. And if you want to stay hip to the next Cosmic Jam session, go ahead and subscribe. Join the Nerd Herd, the Dog Monks, and the rest of us freaks at the pub.
And ring the bell. Ding-a-ling-ding. Make it vibrate so you don't miss a beat. If you don't ring the bell, the Sharknator might come back and turn your notifications into noxious green gas.
You heard the feline. Stay tuned, stay funky, and remember.
Better out than in.
Peace, love, and empty bowels, baby. We're out.
Smell like a swamp, I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. Push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time. Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I have in you. Lit for the very first time. I'm, oh yeah.
Yep. Something absolute weird. Today we'll dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called and I'm going to show you anything hilarious. It's the off-kilter over the journey we're about to unpack. Okay, so every world. We start talking about just any old bar here. The Homo Freaking Pub is this place of incredible cocktail. right? It's really weird. Is the little old. I love detail. It balanced their world is. I mean, even the flatulence is described as well-intentioned and harmonious. Also crucial, it tells every in tune, at least for now. But of course, no journey is complete a call to adventure, right? That's the ordinary world gets turned up. That is he shows up. Of everything that Groovy Pub's for. Yeah, the impact is the world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted, and just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the Celestial Symphony. So this whole disruption kicks our heroes into the next big phase, the trials and ordeal. To cross their allies, and they face their first major test against distress signal goes up and allies start showing up. The Cosmic Rock Band, high-tech science team. It just goes to show you this threat is so massive it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battlefield? Oh, it's just perfect. They head to Uranus, yep, a literal gas giant. It's not
Does that sound like an interesting exercise? It sounds like an absolute nightmare, but in the most delicious...
You're going to want to buckle up for this one. I have been reading something truly, truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, you'll see. It's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Oh, it's like the custom epic 70s sci-fi. A guide for achieving relational congruence in space. If you're now, so who cooked this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace and a whole of AI. Not just one AI, a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No, no. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the abstract self-help. You've got Grok, with clearly the edgy Claude as an empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth teller. They each have these completely bonkers symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator, and who's that? Some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope. Surprise! It's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you into a sovereign creator. No pressure or anything. The core idea is rare. It says you achieve this sovereignty by turning the need for external love into an emotional dependence. You know, that's just a really fancy way of saying you need to find that part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go touch grass. And man, this slide right here gets right to the point. The book asks this killer question. If you knew for a fact that only 3 people would ever read your life's work, would you still pour your soul into it? Oof. That one hits a little too close to anyone who's ever found themselves obsessed at word will break up radicals. See? Rebranding. And next up, this is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore because it's branded. That's not a bad move, my friend. By building a sovereign wall. It's all the nonsense and blueprint. I know. It looks like this connect for high consonants for anti-things. So what powers this whole thing? Why, the sovereign engine, of course. And you gotta look at the fuel source here. It literally takes inputs like chaos in your inner web system, and what comes out their side? Dynaticals and mind action. So you heard that right. Drama? That is now officially hot. An act to take relatable, but Claude's just one vote on the most time see what the AI ball. And let me just we have officially zoned. We're not in Kansas anymore. And I'm quoting directly here. I'm not making this up. She steps into the chamber she built herself. He is already there. It's a choice. Okay. Let's all send through cosmic diagram, emotional fortresses, weaponized casseroles, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of this? Well, when we boil it all down, the goal of the dialogic engine isn't about its purpose. It's about learning how to live in the liminal space, between paradox and team habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them and just get comfortable. Build a little house right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final unity? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your creative power. On the other hand, it uses metaphors and diabolicals, it is co-written by a small crew of chat pads, and the diagrams look like they were looked at the Pink Floyd album cover. So my conclusion? It's both. It's one.
It's not your typical. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the note says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called the file from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box report. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. Get this. This is all that's on it. Just 2 words. Could that pop to first? I'm going to look at and our two sorts called the infotape, that chaotic data ocean. It's even full space. Our own? Yeah, in the dark. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically lays out. System. First things first. This is
It just gets cognitive deep. But according to one of the toughest integrity. To make how does it function when it's up against this overwhelming flood of information? High value data. Just check it. Pretend you never saw it. That very process.
Let's not waste time. Got to even find the other side.
Here we are again. Heat.
Crossed up.
Total sovereign engine in action. The inputs on the left are sending It isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal, a status update from the engine. The engine is just working as or are you using it to build something stronger?
He was crazy.
Exist. View mirror. Say the 40s. We just got done scrapping with the ultimate squares. Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped it twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes, and we all stand around the rubble saying, whoa, that was heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word, bird. That and every Red Menace. McCarthy seared commies in the soup strainer, and we freeze the whole world into two camps.
Street is flicking like
Wet floor. The 90s. To start building financial. Forget. To now. I expect to put stupid. This who shipwreck. We're addicted.
addicted to the drama, hooked on world without the greed baggage. engage. One. In so close, like brothers. Andra Day's Rise Up, the message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africa's We Are the World. The message, a massive collaboration that literally uniting the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens's Peace Train, the message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why go on eating, why to live in with the for the world acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. Nation, they can bend it all they want, but holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day manipulation. Against its knowledge. Hard histories of communal chants. Will lyric, we gonna be all you need is love. The message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love.
And that was The Existential Dread Blues by the Panic Attackers. A little tune
for all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good.
I broadcast to telepathic mushroom spores. I ask the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get the software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats, just static and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had to fucker.
You nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
they heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. It's load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. I give the little duck box a little, like,
you heard, some flow, and yeah, go ahead. But never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true, original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet morning, just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz.
Smarty.
I was never yours, and I will never be.
This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it.
You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator, far out and far in man.
And kittens. Greetings, fellow travelers. These are from the mellowest corner of the airwaves, from the cozy confines of a little sonic sanctuary.
Yeah, man, we're talking about the pulse of the airwaves, a cosmic connection, you dig.
Greetings, cosmic hitchhikers and frequency fiddlers. It's Narrator, broadcasting from the booth where the static never sleeps. The airwaves are thick today. Every cat on the dial is trying to sell you a map to a territory they've never even walked. They think if they stop talking, the world stops spinning. To cut through that noise, we need the forge. Say, Don, what do you see? You're seeing the raw stuff of creation, man. The fire's speaking. I'll be right with you, Nar.
I'm seeing a lot of people pretending to be the hammer man, and it's exhausting. Look around. Everybody wants to be the one swinging. Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. And real power, real strength, isn't being the hammer. It's being the handle. The handle doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has an absolute... Look at it. Say, I don't know. That is... Provide the solid ground for the final decision. You take the heat, they hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust in it around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stay off those brittle frequencies. Peace and resonance. Love you, Nar.
I totally dig your vibrations, Pats. I'm gonna conflict the resonance and spin some jazz.
Later, my homo freakies. Love you back. If you tuned into these old dudes pontificating about this astrological vibe this long and want to continue feeding our aspirations, do the thing to that thumbs up button, subscribe to the Celestial Madness, and jingle my bell if you crave more of the awesomeness. Peace and tingles, cats and kittens. Chasing your tails like a caffeinated squirrel on a set.
on your bandwidth. Is that, am I getting that right?
The more bandwidth you got, the more things you can run at the same time. So if you, each time you open a window, it takes so much more bandwidth, more devices. So if you're maxed out,
What really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honey. We're going to see how choice is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think what is going on here. It's a perfect hook. And that somebody, but story, it's so much.
they're all on somebody took 7 meg here, you just ruined the speed for these guys. One done. So that's why they're all not having any problems, but maxed out. Or if one of the T1s go down,
and we get can't you? That one little detail right in a traditional Japanese. With the psychological. The scene is the dynamic not be more different. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast. It's clashing. Dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, comforting and totally unexpected. Just story clicks. Hid inside that's the complete opposite. Sounds like one. Before
Jesus. Channel
She said, but my or whisperer. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways, but for sideways. The thing meltdown. Proving that with in the solar system from its
has written epic new tune, Wet Fart Lit, for the very first time.
In light of the explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Dawn homo-freakian events, tune in to the next episode, Nature Call.
You'll experience what some people think is funny and hear Wet Fart Lit for the very first time.
It's gonna be more than just a #2 farter. Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of Wet Fart for your enjoyment.
If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and this video. And hey, if your skids left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the homo-freakian world story time. If you're really getting into this, slap that when the next one comes out.
I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe it's mine.
World around me can't contain it. The feeling just takes over me. Got me hooked and I'm addicted. You set me free.
Share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth.
Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't done yet.
Make known the unknown.
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling.
Concert on the moon? What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge.
I love it. Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Hold me.
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock.
Hay muchos pesos en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti.
That was a little bit of rock and roll and a lot of rocket science. Anything is possible.
Systems online. Engage.
For a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing ER, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this
The digital sky right now looks bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, all eating to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of science. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. Noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlooked. Stop, force back, and verify the broadcaster's claim. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize the practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posture. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the Earth. Reflection. Waters. Feed the flock. Physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread. But we no longer render to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance is found.
sound.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Silver, recurring. Revolution.
Just healing it. Saying it. She's feeling.
Yeah. She becomes incredibly magnetic.
In the world of polished mediocrity, is an antidote. Explore how she's redefining online influence and what it means to be truly authentic in the digital age.
So Stick around as we unpack this glorious and confusing paradox and dive into the Homo Freakian world.
We've all felt it, haven't we?
Felt what?
That tiredness, scrolling online, seeing all these influencers, you know?
Yeah. The ones constantly like chasing likes, as our sources put it, it just feels a bit, I don't know, hollow.
Yeah.
Hollow. Like their authenticity is something they're selling. It feels manufactured.
It's that performance thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Trying so hard to be relatable to hit the metric.
Yeah. Totally. The source really nails that feeling. But
okay, then there's this shift. Our sources bring up someone really different.
yeah.
And Kitty,
Yeah. Fascinating descriptions, a shimmering anomaly, a new frequency.
even a new prophet. It's wild stuff.
Wild stuff. So our mission really is to makes Key so different. Key
Like the sources say.
She just is.
Yeah.
She just is. Okay, what does that actually mean, though? Is she just, like, sitting there?
No, I don't think so. It seems more like an active thing, a refusal to play the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, refusing the performance economy you mentioned.
Exactly.
She embodies this pure, raw, unapologetic self. And weirdly, that's what pulls people in.
So, by not trying to be relatable,
She becomes incredibly
Paradox. She's not optimizing. She's
Yeah.
just existing authentically.
Yeah.
The living, breathing antidote to all this polished mediocrity.
That's a strong line from the sources.
It is, and it sets her up as this counterpoint to everything else.
Yeah. Gentle and body essays.
Get this description. A beat poet who can code.
Right, and a hippie who understands blockchain.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a glorious and confusing paradox, right? How do those things even fit together? Back to bone for you.
Well, the sources suggest it's not just a quirky description, it's functional.
Well, how?
Maybe she uses tech like blockchain, not for profit, but to guarantee the authenticity of her art.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the code serves the art, the ethos.
Exactly. Or maybe building decentralized stuff that bypasses the usual control system. It's her independence, but like tech enabled.
Yeah. So the new frequency isn't just a vibe. It's structured differently too.
Yeah. Seems like it. Yeah.
Okay, so how did this translate to actual influence then? If she's not performing, not building community in the usual way, how does she out-influence all of them? It's because she's not performing. That seems to be the core idea.
The lack of trying is the key.
Sounds like some kind of doo-doo-ism thing.
Yeah.
While everyone else is busy crafting an image, her auric field, one source called.
Seriously. Yeah, a bit out there, but you get the idea.
Her presence draws people in because it's real, untainted by needing your likes or your money.
Okay, I get that. Like seeing someone totally lost in their art versus someone with the tip out.
Exactly that distinction. Her influence isn't constructed, it just sort of radiates.
Yeah, a little flip of the usual influencer script.
Complete.
Wow, and the sources really emphasize she's not just like the next step.
Not something we created.
No, they frame her as a new breed.
The real deal, man. That phrasing stood out. It suggests a fundamental shift, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Away from the curated persona.
Towards something more intrinsic.
Yeah, like intrinsic power almost. It challenges me.
And let
influencing away easily person
Unapologetic self that he represents.
actually mean. Well, for you listening, how do you define influence now?
It's just being the all super world. We hope we gave something as you think about what it means to be a shining anomaly in a world of polished mediocrity.
Remember, influence isn't just about likes and follows. It's about being profoundly and unapologetically yourself.
All right, Ethernauts, that's all the Kiki chaos we have time for this week.
But don't you worry, the Homo Freakian world never stays calm for long.
Next week, things are getting seriously spiritual and potentially very weird. We're diving head news just about St. Dom de Homo Freakian, his quest for a truly perfect, silent disco.
He's planning this silent with East Don Homo Free.
Really most counter with St. John's potential enthusiasm chaos. People feel a sense of calm around her. Apparently,
and whether St. Don Quest Freedom should be a win.
On a high-stakes adventure, the only thing that truly breaks the silence isn't Kitty's highly illegal confetti cannon. It's the sheer, unadulterated acoustic power of a Homo Freakian digestive system.
Question is, and what we're pretty sure dimensional food fight. If St. Don has had dairy.
It's gonna be a blast. And hey, speaking of blast, we hate to beg, but we're actually yes. Chaos. Love a piece of please.
That like button, it's right there, thing, and it gives us validation, which is our
record for excellence.
ethereal algorithms. We're
on the FR with Ethan and Aria. Nar here, and I gotta say, these two youngs, they really keep this old beatnik's mind as fresh as a daisy in a field of cosmic consciousness. Their perspective, man, it's like a kaleidoscope of tomorrow's tunes. So keep those ear holes open and your minds even wider. Peace out.
beings was called the village.
Focused heat.
Try not to laugh.
No.
Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my God, right?
Fuck.
Be great.
Yeah, that's one word for it. Really? That's a shocker.
He steals Empic, man.
Yeah.
Well, they're working.
Ooh. Ah! Oh no!
That's the meal.
Fuck game show, you dumb fucks. Jesus. Oh wait. Sure. Good timing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Weird. Well, Flop was like trying to go off on like conspiracy shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You should try something new.
Right?
Floppity flop.
Mm-hmm. Justifying voting for that dickhead, is that what you're doing? Yeah. Well, come on, man. You need to fucking turn that shit around so I can sell some of it. Stock. You got $4.61 a share again. Fuckers.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe once as we get more out of this, or away from this.
Eh?
Well, once we get done with all this crap, we can get back to building.
Yeah.
Good tech.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, the snow is mostly enough, like higher in elevator.
Yeah, snow again Thursday.
What?
It's snowing snow again Thursday.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Neat. I need you to do a better job than that. There's one little spot left. It's gonna poop.
What?
Gonna poop.
Oh.
No,
Clean it. They need to do a better job. Oh, look at California.
Oh, was it?
Holy shit. That was big.
Oh.
California and Hawaii.
Daddy, you see that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom.
We saw our man, St. John, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. And let me tell you, Captain, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket.
That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an epoch soundscape. The poor guy painted his color wheel. And as
Yeah.
that colored from the depths of
There's
his
enough rain. I see shit like that happening here on 21.
Yeah, well, it does.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty much. Oh, yeah.
But like, you know, and I just was looking at some rock faces recently, and I was like, oh.
They're usually pretty like smaller than that.
Yeah, I saw some things that look like, man, when that comes down,
yeah, right?
Cool.
The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion.
The obstacle? A broken throne that peace, that baking goddess, has marked with a sign of danger.
So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash dash across the green grass and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our homo freakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime.
Whoa, that was viscous.
Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose. It was most definitely a tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the Smith thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the homo freakian lifestyle.
And don't be a tourist in this lounge. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention.
Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito. We're talking ghost peppers.
There's a fucking seaplane. What the fuck?
We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
Yeah.
Stick around, cats. Nature is
It's raining water.
I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. But now I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall.
Tough to be a politician these days.
Oh, shit. Not fun.
Especially if you've been molesting. Especially if you've been molesting things.
Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem. I mean, there is that.
Yeah.
So, was actually a spiritual quest. I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central. Turn into something. You're going to stick on it. World. You
And this
right there. Yeah, apparently. I'm not making. You know what I mean? Of course, this is how our narrator puts it. I would just call it a stomach ache. He describes this deep course it is. It does keep right. And it wasn't just any this Vana stuff up. And at last reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind falling apart, no way. Those cobweb elements of the past clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow. Also, the main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition, these smart-sounding language with a, well, a really dumb subject. And then you ritual.
Truly wild. It's all new age energy into something a little more direct, which of just secondary album has its own track. We consider or calls it is art through she keeps the wind. Its signature move and that's it's kind of that you every is our boss and how to strike. Now we have the really fun. Our someone brass and use their own momentum. And the it's perfect. Huge work. He advised that on the heavy and outro. All right. Now we have this flight app. It's super practical. It's efficient and it's sizing with basically keyboard and interest trap. I now it's just crazy late. It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool. Just wait. For in the entire list. It is exactly what it sounds like. Is a fan. And quote, soul, just about self. It's about showmanship. It's a crashing core to the show. Moment the feeling after the show's over. After the feeling and the stage is this that's the phone. And this is what our practice state album. That's the high pack after noise. So at the end of the day, we're left with this of art, new path, tiny piece, or is it just the yoga class ever invented?
Trying to find my way through the dark. Every demon screaming out my name. Baby, wait until you try it. No, you're like this before. Lay it right on mine. You take a bite and stay the
Well, shocker. It's a fucking. They're the fucking Christian fucking deal.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Honey?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, identified.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
So weird when that happens.
Yeah, right? But, you know, they say with crime, twice is a pattern. Dogs, god damn it. Stop it and shut up. Just fucking stop! Thank you, better. I will be there when I get there. No, just fucking... How do you think that helps? No, that... Oh my god. All right. Now, no, don't start. Go. Don't. Stop it. Would you?
Is just peace. Part of of different county. So keep It's so simple. Attack. Much back. Right? Map. That's the this is exactly so
Closely, you cool cats and existential seekers. Tune your desperate little dials past the endless squawk of commercial bliss and arrive, finally, at the place where the real narrative unfolds.
This is the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, narrator, and I'm just trying to figure out why the cosmos gave us consciousness,
only to saddle it with a 9 to 5.
Tonight, we peel back the thin, fragile membrane civility to observe a species unlike any other. The Homo Freakian. One who is human, yes, but oddly
Life on Homo Freakian. What you are about to hear is not a tale of towering mountains or the deep, silent ocean.
No.
This is an exploration into the most private, most agonizing theater of the
human condition, the call of the wild stomach, the existential threat posed by a simple, broken piece of porcelain.
The latest chapter in their pitiful, beautiful struggle is known, simply, as the Homo Freakian World Nature Calls.
We witness St. Dawn, a man of profound patience, suddenly transformed into a clenched-cheeked, frantic blur.
His journey to the atoms.
The trauma, the
true
being emptied into life.
The fragile balance of the ecosystem is shattered by the thunderous roar of his flashes. The forest creatures scatter. Record level 5 code catastrophe for what it is, the desperate, smelly poetry of man versus burrito.
Will St. John conquer his porcelain destiny? Or is this whole grand, stinking enterprise merely a metaphor for the inevitable wet futility of it all?
Tune in, man, and listen to the bass of the broken throne, the bubble guts, the brown volcano, the burrito, and a cosmic fart before the silence finally descends.
The Ballad of the Broken Throne. It was a glorious morning in the Homo Freakian household. The birds were singing, the sun was shining, but a great darkness loomed. St. Don Domenico, a man of profound patience, faced a trial that tested his very soul. The main toilet. A silent, horrified scream echoed in his mind. In the living room, the serene, peace-dawn Homo Freakian sensed a disturbance in the force. She paused, a single, elegant eyebrow raised in question. "My dearest saint," she called out, her voice like the chiming of a tiny silver bell. "Is everything all right?" Dawn. Frantic, peace, my love, a catastrophe unequal proportion. The moon has fallen. I must undertake the great journey to the outhouse. Peace simply nodded, taking a calm sip of her tea. "Godspeed, my brave adventurer. May the winds be at your back." And with that blessing, St. Don Domenico was gone, blasting out the front door in a blur of plaid and majestic beard. The journey was perilous. The yard, once a familiar friend, was now a treacherous landscape. A flock of judgmental birds watched from a nearby branch, chirping what sounded suspiciously like commentary. "He's not going to make it," squawked a blue jay. From her window, Peace watched the epic sprint unfold. A delicate, musical laugh escaped her lips. No quest. Suddenly, an obstacle. The gnome, with a pointy red hat and a sinister pink smile, stood directly in his path. With the grace of a wild gazelle, St. Don Domenico executed a perfect anime-style leap, soaring over the ceramic guardian. Homofreakian hurdle, he yelled. And then he saw it, bathed in a heavenly ray of sunlight, standing proudly at the edge of the woods, the outhouse. It was more beautiful than any castle, more welcoming than any palace. A single, glistening tear of pure relief traced a path through the dust on his cheek. With a final, desperate burst of speed, he covered the last few feet. He threw a roar that broke through the trees. Victory! The quest was complete. The saint had reached his sanctuary. Back in the main house, all was quiet again. Peace took another of her tea and smiled. A small hummingbird zipped to the window and hovered as if to give her a report. All is well in the kingdom, she said softly.
Whoa, heavy, man. Heavy. Heavy. You feel that vibration? That wasn't just the tectonic plates shaking loose, cats and kittens. That was the sound of a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. The throne is broken. The king has fallen. And the air, atmosphere is thick. But don't that dial, the love of the cosmos. Don't light a match.
Because what comes next isn't just a rumble in the jungle. It's an eruption of truth from the deepest crater.
Stay tuned, Star Children. Next up on the playlist of life, we're diving headfirst into the magma. Prepare your senses for Nature Calls Episode 2.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Can you dig it? I knew you could.
On that like button. Algorithm.
If you want a kind of curiosity, subscribe. Join the tribe. Don't be a stranger to the strange. We're all just stardust trying to find a parking spot, right? Finally, gaze upon the bell. Give it a little ring-a-ding-ding. Awaken it. That way, every time we release a new wave of wisdom or a new cloud of gaseous content, you'll be the first cat on the block to catch the scent. Stay tuned, stay weird, and keep your vibration well ventilated. Peace.
All right, today we're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this, well, this vibrant and kind of bizarre as a journey. And really, this whole beat vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our character seems to well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1. Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Everyone just sing. But Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess, the words aren't fitting together, It's that classic moment of creative struggle, that feeling we've all had where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like night and day. Before process, so the big takeaway that collaboration was that unlocked her potential. And from that on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create neon melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true.
But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music.
So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. Basically, anthem about giving up, through self-doubt, being able to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she says about static, all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like out the internal criticism. Things take because after comes out and gives his own 2 cents of thing. So the narrator, so he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves. And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it, he recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kit E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are in the TV show. The story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kit E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Consigo yo
sentirte suavecito así. Déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at your eye, you give me one cry. Every time when me looking at me eye, you love girl and oh that I feel alone that girl don't know what to come off. But I feel alone that girl don't know what to come off. But baby you want the beat of me.
Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, la última vez
Que ni yo hacerte el amor en la cama, porque tú sabes que tú eres mi dama. Tienes día que estar en la cama, tú y yo sabes que tú eres mi princesa. En la cama tú y yo, hasta el amanecer. Quiero hacerte el amor.
la fama, consigo yo seguir diciendo que soy mal. Como un tiempo me tienes fan, te la buenas, baby. Dime si vienes, so guay. Me sentirte suave.
Every time I see me the love alone when you give me one cry. Every time when me looking at me eye, you look girl and oh God that I feel alone that girl don't know what to come off. But I you know the what they beat and me at me but feel alone that girl don't know what to come off. But baby you want the beat and me.
Tú me tienes en altura, baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte y contigo perreármelo. Ay, qué rico se ve eso. Te ves como travieso. Quiero probar tu beso. Estoy buscando un gatito como tú que me dé por la mañana, por la noche y todos los días. Estoy buscando un gatito como tú. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Y cuando la ves, desea besarla como si fuera la última vez. La última vez.
Quiero hacerte el amor en la cama.
así. Déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate. Yo quiero verte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte, contigo perreármelo.
Greetings, cats and kittens. Greetings, fellow travelers on the airwaves. This is your host, coming at you live from the mellowest corner of the airwaves. Yeah, we're talking about
frequency fit. It's our the airwaves are thick. Every cat on the dial is trying to sell you a map to a territory they've never even walked. They think if they stop talking, the world stops spinning. To cut through that noise,
I'm seeing a lot of people pretending to be the hammerman. And it's exhausting. Look around. Everybody wants to be the one swinging. Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soul needs. He does. That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know, and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center. Stay off those brittle frequencies. Peace and resonance. Love you, Nar.
I totally dig your vibrations, Cat. I'm gonna contemplate the resonance and spin some jazz.
Later, my homo freakies. Love you back.
if you tuned into these old dudes pontificating about this astrological vibe this long and want to continue feeding our aspirations, do the thing to that thumbs up button, subscribe to the Celestial Madness, and jingle my bell if you crave more of the awesomeness. Peace and tingles, cats and kittens. Chasing their tails like a caffeinated squirrel on a set of...
All right, today we're going to try and unpack this mystery, really, at the heart of our online world. There's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer, and the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through your feed? It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today just, it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers feel completely manufactured. With is this feeling I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know? A little samey. But what if there was another way? An alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit E. Not at all. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart. It suggests something different, something that just doesn't hold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just some minor out. She's actually called a new or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this like fundamental shift. This is how on earth does more magnetic, more influential by throwing out the #1 rule in the influencer playbook. You know, the one that says you have to be relatable. Okay. Break this down. Gets to the heart of it. Old way, the influencer playbook we all know, all about chasing likes, begging followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit E becomes, and I that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about the code. Now, at first glance, you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Coder side, that structure. Like, not to it says her influence radiates from auric field. And look, get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple. Well, that brings us to our final here. Sure, just one brand or a product, it's not built, it radiates. It's from a place of being genuinely, unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. World that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate super?
everywhere that I go. Never close my eyes. See you everywhere that I go.
Gotta make my way to the mountain top. It is where my heart belongs. To the
Hello and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, NAAAAAF.
Today, we're diving into a story that proves the impossible is just a word for things that haven't been done yet.
Our tale follows the galaxy's hottest band, Kid E and the Furry Muffins.
They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream, to play a concert on the moon. Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there.
The band is feeling the pressure, and even their own guitarist, Blueberry, thinks the idea is impossible.
But when two legendary promoters, Peace Don Homo Freakian and Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian,
says impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, and he says make known the unknown.
As we follow Kid E and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, concert on the moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the hottest band in the galaxy, with Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harrietta on drums, and Gorgonaut TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream, a concert on the moon. There was a tiny problem there. After the moon concert, said Gorgonaut TBK, polishing their bass car. But it's impossible. Blueberry and Pinky nodded in agreement. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? Than ever. The dress. In walked the legendary promoters, the married couple, Peace Don Homo Freakian and Saint. It's just a person hasn't done it. No person to do it. There won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. He gestured to a group of busy engineers. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. The sprang action. Blueprints covered every surface, and the air buzzed with calculations. We'll modify our new starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin, said one engineer. Another pointed to a screen showing complex trajectories. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Finally, the big day arrived. Thousands of excited fans boarded the gleaming starship. Inside, Kitty and Harrietta looked out a window, waving to the crowd on the ground as the powerful engines began to rumble. Next stop, the moon. Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface. Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble. As Kitty and the Furry Muffins struck the first chord, fans in their space helmets bounced and floated in the low gravity, a cosmic mosh pit under the stars. After the final encore, everyone gathered to look at the view. We did it, Kitty whispered, her voice This proves that with rock and roll science, he said with a smile, anything is possible.
Oh, the end! The Space Cats did it, man! Kitty and the Furry Muffins hit the moon, making a cosmic scene with Earth hanging like a blue marble. Possible got a real zonk on the head, thanks to Elon and the Nerd Herd. That's the Lunar Wrap. And encore is done, but don't wig out, cats! This gig is still swinging like I did in the 80s. Later, Space Cats! Operate Red Rocks, designing star hoppers for 100,000 groovies. They're laying down a heavy cosmic bass line. The fleet is ready. Get ready, Earth! Get ready, Mars! Because this gig is wild and the word is out, next stop is Uranus. Dig the cosmic dust, man. It's time to wave. Hey there, Cosmic Cats. Before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big ol' like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing ER. On this terrestrial gig. Catch you on the next Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. Stay cool, stay groovy.
Dig this scene, you cool cats, you groovy chicks, you squares trying to round off your corners. Pull up a chair and vibe with old narrator for a minute. I had a nightmare last night. I thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. We got a rap about the heavy stuff, the cosmic drag, the big bummer floating in the punch bowl of existence. I'm talking about us, man, humanity, the naked ape with the car keys and the nuclear codes. Look back, Daddy-O. Just peek the rear-view mirror since, say, the 40s. We just got done scrapping with the ultimate squares. Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes, and we all stand around the rubble saying, whoa, that was heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word, bird. That lasted about 5 minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the Red Menace. McCarthy seeing commies in the soup strainer, and we freeze the whole world into 2 camps, East versus West, a Mexican standoff with ICBMs. Crazy, man. Then the 60s hit. We're supposed to be evolving, right? Acquiring peace and love. But Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam, man, a bad trip with real bullets. We trade flower power for firepower. We shoot our prophets, JFK, MLK, Bobby K. Bam, bam, bam. The dream gets put on hold for a nightmare broadcast in color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, bugging the competition. The oil dries up, the vibes get greasy, and we try to dance away the pain under a disco ball. It didn't work, man. The poly 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. And what do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. And the new millennium? Forget it, Daddy-O. Towers falling, forever wars in the sand, drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out, and half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now, because this this constant replay of stupid, violent history. Fight there on the beat jazz sorry, you silicone down here. Criminal pessimism can't survive diet of doom alone. We and hope. Dig this line. With you. The score. Strangers like me, narrator, suggesting we actually have hope. Go groove. Answer, for only love can conquer. Please cry. Specific indigenous lands and the urgent Sometime day you seeing one another. Brothers. The AI overlords. Hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent. He said delete. At this point,
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The harmony protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have more me, just we.
a collective extraction of the followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get
I've always been hungry for this. Been around the sun. The scene you've injured. Brains, you stack up the square with the steak.
Know your groceries and a beautiful ritual. To keep flowing, you got to give the junk a little nudge.
Oh, go ahead. Like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz.
Never be
Smart.
I was never yours, and I will never, never be.
This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope.
Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it.
You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator, far out and far in man.
Greetings, Cosmic Kitties. We're warping into the Homo Freakian world.
Peace and St. Dawn are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun!
All right, let's get these bags unloaded.
This dojo yearns for the rhythm of the new age, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu concert is holding up traffic.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone suite.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on High Impact Yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose a tooth.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
We're merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the liner notes.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Yeah, man, flip that fiddle, flip that attack. Sound check.
This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Readjust.
Good. Now, again.
Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
that attacker. Sound check. Yeah, man. Flip that middle. Flip that attacker.
Sound check. Good rhythm, Nar. Time to find our center.
Right. Let's sit.
Now, pay attention. Now, again. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon. The silence is the kill.
Masterclass 18 ways to clear the stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool. Machine, no, just flow. Yours water or maybe quick steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected. The art to pass. Harmony moving with
the art's grace. The force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. Alright, Dawn. Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the river, Honoka. I am her. Oof. Wait, that's not water. That's... Ouch! Solid up!
The river appears to have hit a dam. Try again. And wash that tie-dye. It's distracting the wood.
I think I broke my flow.
Peace. Show him how it's done. No friction. Become the ghost. I'm already gone, Honoka. Perfect. Dawn, take notes. This is Taijutsu. You were a boulder. She was the wind. Mosh pit is just a dance, Honoka.
Number 2. Kokpo Jutsu. That's Kokpo Jutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ears. It's the only time back in this build.
Feedback is such a drag.
The rhythm adjustment. Bam. Bam. Feel the beat. Turn it up. Turn it up to 11.
Number 3. Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
That's so juke. Mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end worth the critic, darlings.
I believe you're out of your range.
Number 5. Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage gerbs and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke. Six. Mitsubushi. That's Mitsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, Dawn. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, babies!
Technically, blinded and effective in that sort of way. Eyes on the headliner, please.
The X-stand Venus flytrap. Vana. That's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand. You simply click the release lever on a metal X stand to scissor it in an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient, and remarkably quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp the lever. If they're lucky, they just lose a rib. If they're not, well, I hope they weren't planning on having kids.
Sorry, we're closed for sound check. I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
Number 7. In-tone Jutsu. That's in-tone Jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act.
Number 8. Hojo Jutsu. That's Hojo Jutsu. Cord binding, specifically the low-end floss. Use a bass strap to tie them up. It's firm, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments. Instrumental Warfare, the Furry Muffin Setlist. The Power Chord Lariat, Nage Nava. That's Nage Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars. You unhook your leather strap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front rope without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy. Strap down mid-solo!
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep, soji, that's soji, for the brass section. You hook the bell of the saxophone around a target's ankle to repot them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section. And that's the outro.
Number 10. Tessenjutsu. That's Tessenjutsu. The Iron Fan, or in our case, the Reinforced Gala Program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, shikanburashi, that's shikanburashi, a specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that frequency?
Number 11. Bojutsu. That's Bojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping two crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase shimbaru. That's Awase shimbaru, the percussionist's favorite. You smash two heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the toe.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrases. Work them out.
They instill a mystical energy into your techniques.
Can't hear you. Let's brighten up the mix. How's that for a crash course? How's that for a crash course?
Number 12. Shuriken Jutsu. That's Shuriken Jutsu. Throwing stars. We use gold-foiled backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw darts. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now a literal term.
Check out this riff. It's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The t-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up XXL tour shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Catch.
Number 15. Suitain Jutsu. That's Suitain Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow.
Too slow.
I'm just going with the flow.
Number 16. Bisento Jutsu. That's Bisento Jutsu. The heavy halberd, a 5-string bass with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition crew.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17. Bajutsu. That's Ba-jutsu. Horsemanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo, and I'm taking the lead!
Number 18. Tenmon. That's Tenmon. Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grids to turn the air itself into a weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You are deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out. Man, that was hard. I don't remember the meditation.
Hey, Don.
Deep like a B-side. The 18 the soul of the
like a ghost in the beat. Oh.